I forgot to switch my reactive back. One sec. Well, it seems that was a goof and I forgot to swap my reactive image back to my DM one, but hello everyone! I am Annabeth Monath, the Queen of Bones, your mummy, and of course being Thursday night, your DM. Let me just fix that real quick. Be back to my proper self for Thursday nights. And there we are. And where's the group gone? Weird. Ah, you're here. Alright, because I did that collab with Code, so I moved everything. I completely forgot. Well, there you are. But of course, as always, we have our party here. As I loom over them as the DM. So, I hope everyone's doing well out there, and I hope everyone in the party is doing well as well.
Doing okay. Just me getting old.
Well, Maxine should be here soon.
It's like... Oh. Well, yes, you want pets. You want all of the pets. Yes, yes. Cat demands pets, and therefore must be given.
Indeed.
I'm only getting these until it starts to interfere with my dice rolls.
Please the kitty and get the good dice.
We'll see. And hey, there's a thing in Japan known as the lucky cat.
Of course. So, who remembers what happened last time?
It was, I think, a little bit shorter. There's a lot of shopping.
There was a lot of shopping.
So, as I recall, after awakening from a night in the Piers of Rorn, some of us a little more hungover than others, we had a nice breakfast and met with a halfling woman who talked some gossip and gave us some rumors around town. One which was the town magistrate, I think the title was.
Yeah.
Yeah, the town magistrate. Might be a demon because of stuff he's been doing, but that was considered like the least plausible rumor. As well as a couple other things in regards to the mines and the observatorium. The observatorium being the target possibly of this famous immortal thief. And so the party hit up the magistrate, talked to him. Kriv used some magic to make sure he wasn't actually a fiend. And they accepted the job of, just checking out the observatorium. They hit up the docks, the trade market, where they looked at a few things and found a place to sell the spell books they had gotten from the wizard's house, who had been messing with the elemental magic item. Obtaining an absurd amount of money for selling those items. The party's like, okay, I think it's getting close to time for the solarium. I don't remember exactly what time it was. If we were going to try and hit the blacksmiths real quick for some mithril javelins for Lawbreck, but I know it was getting close to noon, which is the time we wanted to hit the observatorium.
Indeed. Why am I
Cool.
echoing?
I think that you're coming through Texas mic.
Ah. I did not sound good. That was horrifying.
Well, it's his speakers sending you out, and then his mic picking up that, and so it's like doubly digital. Look at you, buddy. Must give the pets. Give the pets. All of the pets.
Yeah, that'll do for the reactives. Okay. Sorry, the placement was being weird and wasn't snapping to where it snapped before, which is odd.
Well, you're still doing better on the reactives than me. I still haven't managed to figure out how to get mine to work.
Now, now, if I remember rightly, looking at my notes here, we have, the town magistrate Morig, it's Retgaguk, his assistant Copernicus, the great thief Burger, the lady you met was Peor, and then while you were in the, Magical Academy, you met the giant by the name of... No, wow. I want to say Tongue? Or Zomez. One of the two.
Tongue was the blacksmith.
Zomez was the blacksmith.
Tongue was the blacksmith.
Oh, Tongue was the black. Oh, yes, Tongue the blacksmith. Who was a half elf who was like. Made those javelins out of mithril, which they knew that their family wouldn't like because it's not exactly the finesse it was designed for or taught. And Zomez, I believe to be the giant. Okay, let me correct my notes here. Not like I almost put librarian, a lawkeeper.
He is more than just your average librarian.
Yes.
He is the lore keeper.
Alright, so soon we should have a Maxine. As they are home.
Like yes. He is home. Oh.
Alright, now. I believe given the time, you are going to be checking out the observatorium before doing any more shopping.
Yeah, because it was getting close to noon, which was the, okay. Because it's so hot, due to the sun refraction in the observatorium, this place is practically going to be deserted and probably the best point in time for an immortal thief to come in and steal stuff. One would assume.
Indeed. Right, so as you... No, I'll wait a couple more minutes for Maxine to get in.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
you're
here.
there. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot I don't hear pings because I'm in streamer mode.
Streamer mode is godlike.
And in that case, as you approach the observatorium, you see the sun getting near the sun getting high in the sky, ready for midday. And session 64. Wow, okay. Well, it's probably 65 according to Sky. I still don't know what session I didn't take notes on or whatever, or how my math failed. But I'm expecting to like scroll through and see that I've got 2 session 25s or something. Like,
or maybe Skylar is counting their session 0 as session 1.
No, we covered that when we first got confused, I believe. But regardless. Oh, whoops. Wrong button.
Buddy, oh yeah. Stretch, buddy.
Okay, there we go. So, this is going to be kind of theater of the mind. Approaching the building, having taken this smaller trail, even a path, definitely not a road, up this gradual hillside. It doesn't quite reach all the way to the top of this mound, but given the fact that they're trying to look up rather than along, it's a perfectly fine place for such a building. Approaching the doors, they are currently, well, one of the 2 double doors is shut. The other is ajar, but there is a sign that says, ring for attendance. Yeah. As it seems the door is ajar, you imagine for those kind of moving in and out, or generally like known there.
Would we ring the bell?
I would assume so. If anyone's here, the question is, because I believe the information we were told is they tend to leave around this time. Can I, so based off of my reasoning, it was people would have left, and there's possible thief activity. Can I check the door to see if it's like been locked, or if there's any signs of like lock picking or anything like that?
You're trying to make an investigation check to see if the door has been tampered with.
Yeah. I should not be the one doing this.
But you are the watchful
Lucky kitty.
paladin.
You have failed me, lucky kitty.
Looking at it as you inspect the door, it has not been tampered with at all.
Excellent. Priv nods. Well, if a thief entered before us, it was not through this door. Is the door locked?
No, as I said, like it's a double door, but like one's kept shut with like the handle for the bell next to it and the sign on it saying, yeah, that's it. Visitors ring for attendance. and then of course that's like on the double door that's shut with the hand next to it, because there's not often where they would need to have both doors open.
Yeah. Kriv will hit the bell. Ding.
Okay.
Need to get your nails clipped, kitten.
It's strange. Like you hear it. It's a bell. It moves. It goes dong, and then you hear the second like the clang or whatever it is inside, like swing, hit, and there's just a very brief. It's like, as the sound just gets cut off. Can I help you? And peeking out from the door is a masked figure. The mask itself is painted with a grim visage of two sunken black eyes, but with a third eye fully open and gazing upwards. And they're dressed in a light, kind of comfortable fashion. Red hair just spooling back.
Very martial arty. Nice. Mask is kind of creepy, but yeah. Yes, we came to look around the observatorium. We are visiting in town. Thought we'd come see this large attraction, if you will.
Well, I suppose it shouldn't be unexpected.
In my head, I'm like, watch this be the thief pretending to be a staff member.
I was about to go and get something to eat. Seems that this time of day the observatorium itself is incredibly hot, but I suppose duties come first. Come on in. Just don't touch anything.
Understood. Kriv will motion for his companions to sort of precede him into the building. Sort of like, but he's going to be carefully and sort of keep always an eye, like even out of the corner of his eye, keep a watch on this individual.
Oh, and
can I tell?
Hmm?
Can I tell if they're like acting odd? Like, yeah, no, I'm just normal guy, normal day, missing my lunch break because people showed up, or how do I make?
You can make an insight check if you want.
I do. I really, really do. Again, I am suspicious of things. I am like the conspiracy theorist. It was a 20 and then ticked over to the 2.
Oh no.
Curses. Cat, what have you done to me? You have stolen all my luck. Not that I think I ever had any, but you know.
We'll walk in first. Just look around.
Mm-hmm. Okie dokie. Oh, damn. Am I really that high pitched? My gosh.
Might just be feedback. Like maybe the lower pitches don't just follow through.
When when a signal is passed back hear it from a speaker, and it has a tendency to amplify the higher frequencies of the voice while deadening frequencies, so you sound a lot higher through feedback than you do in person, or even through one layer.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
So don't move it
That's good.
backward.
Okay, good. 'Cause I'm like, I always hear my voice is like rather deep. Like, and I'm like, that sounds weird. Anyway,
Yeah.
okay.
So things work. I don't know. I'm tired.
Yeah. It was also
I
kind of
got-
mild concern for my viewers and stuff. I'm like, do I sound like that? That's awful.
Yeah.
Nah.
Okay.
Alright.
Good. But anyway, yeah, no, like, you can tell, like, they've got a pack and they're just about to head out, and now you're here.
Eyes here. Alright.
Oh, and this is a time where some of those who are less inclined of having lunch, because books are far too important, they'll be taking their naps. So just keep your voice down near any of the, I'll call them bunks is a bit generous, but doesn't matter, you won't be here long.
My head won't be here long. Stab.
And yeah, they head on further in, and you're seeing, like, as you first step in, there's definitely an upper floor to this building. You've got like a wider lobby area just you come in that has various bookshelves kind of like along the walls, similar to the archive at the Mage's Academy. Definitely not as vast though. And as you walk in the dead center is a number of research desks, all of them having various different projects in various states of, well, note-taking. Some of them with a few like disheveled pieces of paper, some with like neatly like stacks of paper with like a tome on the side of it, which maybe they're transcribing their notes into, like stuff like that. Various, basic tools, magnifying glasses, a lot of pipe smoke. There's many pipe smokes around. And as you head towards the back, you see a spiral staircase in the middle of the room heading up to a chamber above the circular part of the building, where you can already see the light kind of hammering down through the brief gap in the floor you can see. And you imagine the observatorium itself is probably up there. Around the lower half of this partially circular building, as you can see, it kind of like extends a little bit out and squares off. You see a number of less academic study, more scientific study stations. Those of various alchemical or mineral like analysis, stuff like that. You see various samples categorized and various tools for probing, scraping, chipping, just a lot of things that Rivet's where you're like, oh yeah, I've seen all this. Like, everyone else is like, oh, it's just a bunch of weird nerd stuff.
Rivet, I'm sure, is enjoying the heck out of this. Nerd stuff? Yeah.
I'm unfortunately, my connection's been a little fuzzy, so I didn't hear all of that, but I'm not sure whether or not Rivet would have interacted with astrological equipment ever.
Huh.
Because, like,
But there's,
inside a dragon, why would she?
Well, yeah, like there's that, but I mean, there's a lot of the stuff here that is like for researching different compounds and minerals and stuff like that.
Yeah. That she would be vaguely familiar with, but she is definitely fascinated by the astrological equipment because she's never seen it before, and she's like, "Oh, I want to play with it."
Yeah. Okay. You see, again, like straight away, you see what this person was talking about. Is that there's one person with their like feet up on the desk, chair tilted back a little, just kind of taking their break, fast asleep. Their steepled hat just kind of tilted down over their face. You see one person who has a hammock, which seems a bit precarious, as well. You're not sure. Those bookcases, are they meant to be leaning towards each other, or is that not like that? But either way, they're definitely asleep up there. But you do see one other person who, yeah, there's a heavy concentration of smoke in that corner, and it's like they're just... It's as if this person would probably pass out if they stopped taking, like, a sip of their little... They're not sipping out of a cup, they're sipping out of a little, like, medical bottle. It's like every time just put it down, stopper, and then smoking, and then carrying on, and you see their hands kind of shaking. You imagine they're just obsessive over whatever the hell they're studying at this point.
Dude, put the energy drink down. It's not healthy for you.
Well, as you can see, this is where a lot of the research gets done. I wouldn't know where to begin explaining a lot of this to you, but look, it's Did you want to see? I imagine so. Of course you do. It's not many of these in the land. All right, brace yourself for the heat.
Oh boy. Ice dragon in heavy metal armor about to walk into a very hot place. Thankfully, ring.
Yeah. And yeah, she starts going up, and the second you get up there, you're both, like, you see her put her hand up, even with the mask on, like, put their hand up and kind of shield their eyes. And you just see this. Sorry?
Speaking of the two other people we saw in here, did they also have masks similar to what she is wearing?
You can't see their faces. They have, either, like, up in the hammock, you just can't see them besides, like, a shoulder. The person tilted back, they have their hat tilted down, and the other person who's still awake is turned away.
Okay. I think I caught most of that. Basically, that was a no.
Yeah. It's like, not that you can see, because you can't see them.
You were very robotic there for a minute.
Wait, what? Am I? What's going on?
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, person in the hammock, you can't see anything really besides the shoulder that they're in there. The person sleeping at their chair has their hat tilted down, and the other person studying at their table and keeping awake is, well, facing away because they're focused on their studies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so one's facing away and on their studies. Okay, yeah. All right. Just wanted to check.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay, I was about to say, I'm hoping it's not my side. It says I got a green connection.
Maybe me.
Yeah, maybe. Alright, so heading up. Like, you get up there and they still have, like, an arm across the forehead, like, sheltering. As, you see that, yeah, the majority of the ceiling here is a glass dome. And you can see that, there is some metal that kind of goes up the side. And as far as you can tell, like initially, the farseer itself is pointed to the easterly direction and upwards, obviously. But you see it's on some form of mechanism where it could adjust its elevation, though you imagine it's at its lowest setting could probably like look at the horizon, but not like closer than that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here it is, and there's the amazing glasswork of the Observatory Dome, which has some side effects, as you may see and feel.
Definitely feel.
But anyway, feel free to have a look around. Don't touch anything, as I said before.
Of course. Alrighty. Griff wants to look around, but he wants to make sure that he's always got eyesight on this masked woman. And she is just so suspicious with that mask. So he'll sort of wander around the equipment, like looking at it, but he's like always got looking at her out of the corner of his eye.
Mm-hmm. And anyone in the group of a mechanical mind?
Stares pointedly at Little Gnome.
Rivet doesn't make any like identifying moves or noises, but she just kind of like pointedly avoids eye contact. You know?
You're avoiding eye contact, but you notice that with your glasses that clearly have multiple magnification settings and look adjustable, and you have cogs on your regalia. Yeah, this the woman's looking at you.
She is not looking back.
No, well.
Rivet is too shy.
I'm trying to remember if the party had discussed asking them about Zelodio records. Did we discuss that as a party? Like if they were-
Records of the fallen, if I recall. Ow.
Because I'm trying to see if what I'm about to do is going to be metagaming.
I think I remember something like that. I'm not sure if it was during game or like just prior post game thoughts, but
I have an idea.
because I remember that you were you did find out that they as part of their studies kind of like do end up keeping record of like Zelodia's movements and any other
Yeah, that was
bodies above.
Yeah, it was definitely post game talk where it was Kriv wanted to like see if they could get a record of the movements so that they could like potentially, okay, if we ever need to go back, we have like a possible predictable flight pattern that we can make use of, as opposed to just chasing a frickin' dragon around.
Okie dokie.
But that was an above game thing. Ugh.
Well, these are also like they're above game, yes, but like I guess the question is, do you think your characters would think of that? You know? because they have already been told that, they have such records and they do study the Lodio as well as other bodies above. They observe many things.
Oh, ow.
We'll see how this goes, then. By the way, we were hoping to look at records of Zelodio's flat. Would you happen to be able to show us some of those?
Yes, though, would you mind doing so after I've gone to have my lunch?
Of course, of course. No rush.
Okay, good. Whew, that's lucky. Usually, the sorts of visitors we get here will think they know a lot of things and are rather insistent about getting help from those who actually know things. I'm glad you're not that type.
Well know my ignorance of the world.
Any questions of just about the observatorium itself? Well... Yep. No?
No, no.
Oh, alright. Well then, you had to be one of my more pleasant visitors. Less disruptive.
Puffer's just gonna be pondering along, just rubbing his chin while he looks at the far crystals on the left. Just like figuring he's gonna, like he's trying to figure it out himself, kind of thing.
Oh, okay. You're approaching like the telescope to like observe the crystals.
Yeah, but he's gonna make sure it's not like he's gonna. It doesn't look like he's gonna touch it or anything. So, well, close enough to investigate, but far enough back that
Alright, make an investigation check then. It's shiny. Yep. If this is like one of those spyglass things you hear about, then this should definitely see far. It's kind of a perfect role for Thobrick in terms of studying something like this, because it is definitely beyond what you're used to.
It suddenly looks like she was snapped out of being deep in thought, and then looking around very briefly, beelines for the telescope, walking straight past Thobrick.
Oh, is somebody interested all of a sudden?
Oh, yes, yes, I've not, had the chance. I've interacted with a lot of equipment, research equipment, briefly in my life, but I have not ever had the opportunity to look at any astrological equipment.
Ah. Well, don't try looking through it right now at this time of day. It's a bit of a hazard, honestly. I'm sorry.
I've been blinded more than my fair share of times, but I am going to take your word on that.
Yes, it caused a fire or two in the past. That's why we have to actually take the Farseer crystals out during this time of day, rendering the telescope the Farseer, well, effectively useless until the sun stops trying to burn the place down.
Do I believe that?
Yep.
Very much like to make an insight check if they are telling the truth, or if it's oh yeah, there's a reason those aren't there, because I stole them.
Okay.
Again, I am very suspicious of this person. Okay. Finally, a good roll today. Double digits.
That doesn't seem right. Like you've not used like a magnifying glass in such a way with the power of the sun, having not like had the sun, like where you learned your education, but there's something like almost like they just practiced like that explanation.
Kriv continues his little circuit, getting closer to the door that they came in through.
Oh, it's just a straight up staircase.
Moving towards the staircase. Of course, you'd want to take care of the materials. If they're damaged in any way, you can't continue research. Intriguing, though, that I'll admit I wasn't the brightest of students in regards to the academics, but the sun, he taps his shield with the symbol of Pelor. The sun is something I paid much attention to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, also, I guess as part of that, you also notice that there appears to be like almost like a cap that they can close over the end of the telescope.
Mm-hmm.
Which you're like, well, that would be enough to stop that, you know?
And also, and while I'm not well versed in mechanics, there appears to be a piece that would help shield the equipment without needing the removal of such an important part.
Ulbrich turns towards the masked woman, hand reaching towards his hammer.
It's interesting.
Rivet.
You see. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
On the other, Rivet, on the other hand, just suspiciously turns away a little bit to peek at the crystal itself as her eyes flitter over and she casts Detect Magic.
Okie dokie.
Just to keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on things.
Yeah, you see the okay, so where there's the telescope, there's the various cranks? Yeah, cranks. Crank wheels that you imagine adjust the elevation and the maneuvering. And you see like on the side of it there's this crystal just in this safe looking housing with this like wait, how would they wait hold brain. Right, well, you see a small little box attached to the side, which you imagine to be about the right size to store such a crystal. You imagine that maybe they didn't have that cap at one point, and therefore this may have been true. But you're not detecting any magic from it. You're detecting magic from a few spots around the room, though.
See.
Now go on.
No, go ahead. I feel I've talked a lot.
I was just going to ask where
Quiet.
the magic seems to be coming from.
This is where there's the desk that has all the astrological tools on it. So this is a bunch of stuff that's just new to you. And you see there's a little ping here, a ping there. There's some like identifying lenses. There's some a general gleaming on a lot of the items, so they don't need as much maintenance. And yeah, like as you're looking around, you notice that there's some magic about her satchel.
What type of
As-
magic is about her satchel? Just out of curiosity.
Okay, hold on. It doesn't seem to have a direct...
Would it be similar to the magic that Thobrick's rat bag is?
Yeah, it's an enchanted item. It's not a spell effect, you know.
Mm-hmm. All right. It's School of Magic, if any. Yeah, and if it doesn't have School of Magic, it doesn't have one.
Yeah.
All right. As I continue walking casually towards the stairs, you see, we had come, of course, to inquire about the Far Seeker, as well as various other things here. But primarily we came to investigate as we had heard of a gossip of a thief that was targeting this place. An individual by the name of Borga, I believe.
Uh-huh. Sorry, you imagine someone would try and steal from this place?
Indeed.
And what does Borga look like? Or burger?
That-
Or what did you say?
Borga.
Borga.
That we are not quite sure of.
Ah. Well, that makes that a bit difficult. But I guess at the same time, if they're a known thief, yet no one knows what they look like, then well, I suppose we better be extra cautious. Because that would tell me that they're rather good at it. She kind of just crosses her arms. Like,
I imagine. But rats are always caught in the end.
reminds me of a funny tale, actually, of someone who was so good at catching rats that he actually ended up using them as almost a weapon. Funny thing. Some people knew him as the Pied Piper.
See?
Devilish man. Started doing the same thing to children, ransoming them. Ugh, horrid tale. Yet to find out if it's truly, well, true.
I see.
I don't know. Sometimes these legendary folk just become myth.
Well, perhaps this thief is also a myth after all. They are touted to be immortal.
Now, what species would immortals be? Well, it couldn't be a vampire. Not if they're planning on robbing here without some serious, like, full-body coverage or something.
Oh, no, indeed.
Unborn? No. No. Sure, but they weren't a lich. I think they would all be in trouble.
I imagine so. Something so truly ghastly of an undead.
Is it lich or is it lick? I never asked one. Never met one.
Neither have I. I've always pronounced it lich, but give it that soft C as opposed to the hard C.
Now, if we're done investigating the observatorium, do we want to have this conversation perhaps at somewhere that sells food?
Sure. Why not? Please excuse my manners. We did not introduce ourselves. I am Kriv Norixius. As you can tell, I am a paladin of Palor. He sort of extends his hand to this woman.
I'm Archivist Poon. If, yeah. They reach out to shake your hand, but it's very, like, antisocial and brief. Like, not really taking the full grasp. It's kind of like, grabbing a hold of your fingers and going like, yep, that's enough contact.
Yep.
Like,
Now, were they telling me the truth when they said their name? I promise this will probably be the last for a while.
oh, okay.
I mean, I may as well do an insight check too.
Watcher, please. Please, Watcher. $23.
Rip.
Rip in pieces. Syrah, they sound like they're definitely telling the truth. Kriv, you're hearing that same kind of practice tone, like they've rehearsed this.
Like it. I don't like it. It's not outright they're lying, but it's practiced, and I don't like it at all. I don't know what to do.
Well, it's like, okay, yeah, like it
For me,
sounds
practice.
like if they've rehearsed this as in like they are playing a role, as in they're like it is untrue, but they definitely almost believe it themselves, you know?
Mm-hmm. But of course, we should probably get out of this heat. And Kriv goes to the stairs, like stops at the top of them,
Mm-hmm. All right.
and sort of like blocking the way, turning around back towards this masked figure. Except, you're very good. I'll tell you that. Lines smooth and practiced. That's just what they are. Practiced.
Kind of tilts the head, a bit confused. Sorry, what?
like, I'm riding the line of like, am I being overly suspicious of this person? Are they brainwashed, or are they actually the thief playing it off? Or,
Wait, hold on. You're not honestly thinking that I'm this burger.
well,
Wait,
you,
hold on. Hold on. She kind of like puts her hands up and kind of backs away from everyone a bit. It's like, hold up a sec. I was about to go get lunch.
yes, indeed. Leave the building after the crystal is been removed for, and Kriv does air quotes, safekeeping and protection. Which was your first practiced line. The second being the name that you gave me. Again, very practiced.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Sorry,
I have
I thought you were going to
curiosity.
make some awful joke about wanting to show me your poon or something. Sorry, you were saying?
Out of curiosity, how is their bag attached to their person?
Both shoulders. Like
Okay.
it's okay.
Is it more like a backpack haversack type deal?
It's a backpack, but it's not like up on the shoulders. It's like lower back,
Mm.
but like it is
One of
secured.
those.
Yeah.
So not a side satchel kind of deal.
No, not a
And
swing
not
about.
mage handable.
Oh yeah, they're it's on that person anyway. So yeah. Right.
Walls.
Do you want to
Intrigue.
open the little box there so you can see that it's still there? Look into Rivet
Sure.
since you're near the telescope and she's kind of backed away from everyone.
Well,
Stop playing with that. That is not for you to play with.
Yeah, you open it up and you see this, like, yeah, definitely fist size, perhaps even by the giant standard. Well, not quite. It's palm size by giant standards. Definitely like, you would have to use both hands of this massive, seemingly perfectly smooth crystal. Like it was.
No.
Have you ever seen the kilogram? Like the actual sphere that is the kilogram? Imagine that was made of crystal. And just. It's. You can look at it and it's just so sparkly. You're kind of like, at first, just. It's weird. Like, you don't see anything beyond the normal magnetic is it no, it would be magnetic, that's magnetic, but whatever magnification is.
magnified?
Yeah, I guess. But like when you talk about its properties of magnification, like,
Ooh. I guess technically magnificent, but has different connotation.
yeah. But you don't see it magnifying more than a sphere of that shape, like, of such a material would have. But then
My
again,
detect
it's not
magic.
it's not, you can't, you opened it, and yeah, there's no magic in there.
Out of curiosity, what kind of properties does this crystal have?
Well, when used correctly, it allows you to see far further than any ordinary, well, spyglass or even this with something other than that. It would let you see far, but not nearly as far or as detailed as, well, charted in all of these. You can see around you the chartings of Zelodio and charting of stars that we've seen, and
And how does it do that?
it goes in there and points to part of the telescope that you can see is closed at the moment, but they would mage hand and like open it, and you can see a housing in there for such a object.
Well, yes, but in what way makes this crystal any more special than, well, anything else made?
Oh, how it actually works. Well, if we knew that,
How
we'd
does
probably
it work?
if we knew that, we'd probably better make more of them. That's why these things are so, well, rare. Unfortunately, we.
Football game party. Am I being too suspicious?
Philip's gonna walk over.
I'm trying to suss them out, but they seem really suspicious.
They do, especially the practiced lines, but it's like I don't know how to push further.
Walk over and put the crystal orb into the spot where she opened.
Be very careful with that.
Not supposed to touch things.
And then he's gonna look through the telescope.
Okay.
You're about to get blinded. If she is not lying, you are about to lose your eyesight.
You see her cross one hand, like across herself, elbows on the back of the cross, the back of the hand that is crossed, and the other hand is up, kind of like 3 fingers just on her forehead, eyes closed a moment.
I know what you're talking about. I know that.
You probably won't see anything because there's the cap on it. If you remove the cap, you'll probably get some serious eye damage and possibly start a fire.
I think I might have a simpler way to just ensure that you understand that why we are being so very careful right now, yes?
Oh, yes, somebody thinks some mortal thief is going to come and try and steal this.
May we search your person? May I search your person?
You may search my person. I mean, I'm not very much used to contact with others, so
I will make it brief as possible.
all right. She puts her hands out, legs apart a little. When she then puts her legs back together, it's like.
It whistles jockey over and asks it to help her out with this. Just searching for
What is that?
any.
Okay. Before you do anything, could the rest of you not like be staring and watching this? This is very personal for me.
Kriv will shoot. Okay, yeah. Kriv will like turn, but like he's still blocking the stairs. And he's gonna look down the stairs.
Okay.
Being respectful, but suspicious all the same.
Puts her arms out again. Like it's like
She will cast guidance on herself.
Come on, Rivet. Be that genius.
Plus Flash of Genius, because I really want to be super certain about this.
30.
Yeah.
30. yeah, you pad them down, and from their outfit, like, it's loose around like the legs and stuff, but it's bound at the feet and with the keep the footwear like secure when they're going up and down treacherous steps and stuff. But there's nothing in their boots. You're working your way up, and you're working your way up the baggy legs of their trousers, and they're just like, okay. Yeah. Could you go around? Like, there's nothing there, okay? Just.
I'm not any bit more comfortable with this than you are. I promise you.
Okay, and as you can see, I've got no sleeves.
Nothing up my sleeve because I don't have them.
And yeah, you work your way up, and like, you're working your way up and such. And yeah, upon their person, like, you feel around the mask, you feel their like their skin appears to be a healthy color, like, well, for an Indory type. You feel around the mask and the way that it's kind of like down to the bottom. But you notice that's like just the mask. That's not like her chin underneath. And search through her like. Well, actually, no. It's like you get about halfway up, and then you're like, "Could you like kneel down or something, please?"
Yep.
I assumed you would just like call Blix over and just stand on Blix.
Yeah.
Either option is appropriate.
Yeah, yep. No, either way. She like turns around, and you do the same up the back, and you search through all the hair, and there's some bits that get caught in that much hair, but nothing that looks suspicious. There's some like pins in there to kind of keep the hair in place, and a tie, and it's like, okay, is that fine? Like, do you need me to?
The only other thing I have to do is get back. It's alright?
Okay. Right, yes, bag. And they kind of flip it open. And they just. I have to use this bag to like carry research materials and objects of interest, artifacts and stuff. So it's a bag of holding. I'm not. You look like the smart one or two. Yeah. But yeah, there's, unless I turn it inside out, which would be hazardous for everyone's health. I've got bag of gold. Well, and silver and copper. Everyone says bag of gold. Well, unless they're very poor, I suppose. Here's
Coin
my.
purse might be appropriate. I don't know enough. I know about a bag of holding to think like, oh, all Rivet has to do is think of like the crystal, reach in and see if she pulls it out.
Yeah, Rivet also is aware of bag of holding. Stuff.
I mean, we have a haversack, which is basically just bag of holding light.
True.
Rivet will make an intentional search for anything for far-seeing crystal within the bag of holding.
It's just
Hello?
Hello.
Was I heard?
Oh,
Yeah, I heard you
yeah.
at least.
Oh, okay.
Da-da-da. Okay, you think of that and you pull out a bag.
Pull a bag out of the bag?
You pull a bag out of the bag.
I look up at her. Maintain eye contact. And open that bag.
Hmm. And
The glyph of warding goes off.
I should have reapplied Detect Magic.
Yeah, because it would have dropped when you cast guidance.
Yep.
yeah.
I should have reapplied Detect Magic.
Fuck! I don't like that giggle from Anu.
Would Rivet have forgotten?
Yeah.
In this situation,
Oh.
probably.
I mean, you're awkward right now. Very awkward.
It's very awkward as you feel this woman up.
Okay.
Well, it's nice knowing y'all.
Yeah, Rivet's dead.
You're probably one of the healthiest of us.
As of right now.
Okay. Okay, don't open. Shit. As, yes, suddenly the opening of the bag lights up a glyph. As you joked about it so many times that I thought, you know what? I'm gonna do it to him.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Well, this is gonna hurt. I don't know how close we are to each other since this is theater of the mind.
Yeah.
I was standing at the top of the stairs, but she had backed away from us to initially, so I don't know.
Rivet's right in front of her. So.
Yeah, well, it's more like I don't know how far you are from me for any potential saving throws for my aura.
And I have no advantage because I'm not looking at this.
Let's see.
Well,
the observatorium is.
Rivet has absorb element. So that'll be probably fine. Unless, depending on what this is.
Yeah. Well, I don't think she'd do an explosion because that she might get caught in it too at this point. Unless, rogue and she has uncanny dodge. Or no, evasion.
Monks have that too.
Yeah, but they get it at a later level than rogues. Rogues get it pretty early.
Get it pretty early. Ah, jeez, right.
It would be really great if if it was a fireball and Rivet just tanked it and then continued going on. He just looked up, said, and continued.
You make a good point. Having it just explode probably wouldn't be the best idea.
Especially it's like, oh, this is a bag probably that she puts precious stuff in. She wouldn't want it to explode and destroy whatever she's got, unless that's the purpose of the bag, to destroy evidence. But, Right.
All right. Okay. Let me just double check. I can. Blah 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 blah.
But yeah, I was gonna say at some point though, Brick would have walked any kind of a window to see if anybody was lurking outside or whatever. So he would be at a window right now, if there is one.
Okie dokie.
I'm probably about to get blasted down these stairs.
Do.
Wait a minute, this can't be a glyph of warding because glyph of wardings get dispelled if they are moved more than 10 feet away from the place they are cast.
Spatial magic stuff is kind of
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
finicky with
Yeah,
that.
but it's the first, if it's moved more than 10 feet away from where the spell was cast, glyph is broken. I believe that includes interdimensionally.
I mean,
no. I saw a YouTube
some
video.
there are some rulings that you could say that it works if you don't move it more than 10 feet before it goes into the bag of holding. And it's technically not moving because it's in an extra planar space.
Yeah. Saw some guy do a genie warlock, and it's like, oh, I'm going to put these glyphs of warding in my bottle. And even though I move with my bottle, the glyphs aren't moving.
All right.
Something like that. Anyway,
All right.
It's-
So
Let the DM do fun
it shouldn't
things.
be too bad.
no, actually, no. This change is only a minor thing. Is that as you pull the bag out, it goes off.
Didn't even get to
Okay.
open.
Okie dokie.
Oh, cool. Yep, I knew I was suspicious for a reason.
At least it might be fire damage, and two of us are resistant.
Yeah, well,
And maybe it can
Yeah.
be resistant. It'll be okay. It'll be
Yeah,
Like,
fine.
and I
again,
can
a
put
lot
out
of it-
fires. It's fine.
a lot of it is going to be what it is, what the radius is, and how far apart we are away from each other.
Yes.
That's in control.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, yeah, because I was just gonna make it go boom for fun, but I'm like, yeah, but then what would happen to the thing she's trying to keep in there? Damn it! I like planned it, and then you bring up a very good point, and that has changed the plan. Like, yeah,
Explosive
they're
rooms can be any
magical.
type of damage, and well, not any type of damage. It could be acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. And if the thing inside is immune to a certain damage type, or else it's unlikely that the thing inside would be hurt by that damage type, or even the bag that it's in is immune to the damage type.
I mean, it could also be
It's
I mean,
like a freaking high-powered sleep spell stored in this glyph of warding.
oh god, that would be the worst. It would be gone.
well, if it's sleep, then it doesn't really scale that well.
No, it doesn't. But the idea is like because glyphs of warding can be more than just explosions; it can be spells.
Yeah. How many
I
hit
remember.
Yeah.
points does Rivet have?
I just named the first.
76.
Yeah, I just
Uh,
named the first non-damage spell off the top of my head. So
yeah. It would have to be a 4th level sleep spell to even roll that high.
yeah, but again, like because I freaking remember a game I ran where the module had like a 9th level bestow curse spell in a glyph of warding on an ancient tomb.
Oof.
The whole party failed. They were all cursed.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it was not fun for them. They because of how the mechanics for that fight worked, I gave it so that the curse was they had to make a wisdom save to take their turn. But they're like, oh crap, we're cursed, and they won the fight. But then they continued to explore while still cursed because the cleric didn't have any spell slots left to remove the curse, and they kept forgetting to remove the curse. So every subsequent combat, they're skipping turns.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, that's extremely interesting. Hmm. You see, okay, another thing is that since you're the one that cast the glyph of warding, therefore also the spell in it, would you still be treated as the caster of that spell in terms of who it affects? Or would it just be boom?
I mean, hold on.
Hold on, let me... Sorry, this...
think the glyph is technically the caster. If it mentions a caster. I don't know if there's a sage advice on this. There ought to be.
Hurt by your own. A lot of this stuff is just people like, hey, can I like store resurrection spells in a glyph of warding?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like it says that the spell is triggered, which just means that it will go off. As if the glyph is.
I think it depends on what the
Casting
glyph
it?
is. If it's just an explosion, I think they'd still be targeted. But if it's a spell inside, if they're the ones who cast the spell inside of it, I would say possibly no, because the spell would still recognize the caster, even though it is no longer it is a glyph. Because the glyph, as far as I would rule personally, would be like, okay, like explosive runes, that those are indiscriminate, but the stored spell is just the spell in stasis. So it would still recognize its original caster.
I think it all boils down to whether or not you can cast spells that aren't able to affect the caster into a glyph of warding, and then apply that to the person who casts the glyph of warding.
Yeah, because you can cast AoE spells into a glyph of warding.
Yeah.
So if you're casting it,
but that would mean the triggered spell has the each creature text that would say that it affects everything.
But then I guess, okay, I would say this. They know what spell they put in that warding, therefore they know how to not be affected by it. Because it's funny enough. I need Rivet to make a wisdom saving throw. All
right.
Again, is Rivet within 10 feet of me based off of our positioning?
Oh no.
Okay. Sorry, I tried. I don't get my 30-foot order for a while.
Yeah, it's just a +3 or whatever, right?
Yeah, but hey, sometimes +3 can make the difference.
We'll see.
As the glyph glows brightly, and there is a flash, but no damage.
Crap. Want to be a confusion spell.
Yeah, Rivet is going to Flash of Genius this. Turn it into 19 just in case.
You have advantage?
Wait, no, not 19. Sorry. Fucking 13. 14.
Okay.
I can brain.
I was going to say. All right.
Listen, I'm having a stroke.
Yeah, so was I, trying to imagine what, trying to go into this.
You looked at the other half, is what happened.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, my brain went a bit blur, being like, okay, I gotta get my head into this character's way of thinking, and then think, what would they do? And I'm like, yeah, this is perfect, because they would also already know not to look at it. Therefore, boom, it goes off, and
yeah, the mask might help with that.
Rivet was looking at them.
Yeah, but also
because you pulled the bag out,
and that's when
then looked at them. You're right.
Yeah. And also, she's looking like you're behind her, because she hasn't taken the bag off. She's just turned around and is like, "All right."
Yeah.
And then, poof.
Okay.
Looking. You are charmed, and while you are charmed by this spell, you are incapacitated and have a speed of 0, as you are hypnotized into a stupor.
Oh, frick. Color spray. Or not color spray, hypnotic pattern.
And with that, she kind of just turns around, takes the bag from you, and vanishes. Well, no, she's a bit too cocky to just vanish. She's like, damn it. You're kind of cute too. And then vanishes.
I spin around at that, and I don't see her. Immediately, I want to cast See Invisibility.
Yep.
Don't think she'd get past me because I'm at the top of the stairs. Possibly teleportation, but I'm just covering bases.
Let me just take a quick look here.
Anything, she freaking poured it out.
Hmm. Okay. Actually, it's a bit more dramatic than that.
Drama.
Basically, that goes off. She turns around, takes the bag from you as her other hand pulls out this glorious red cloak that goes with her outfit perfectly, with golden stitching. She just throws it over herself, says her line, and then poofs in a cloud of smoke.
Damn it.
Like-
Cape of the Mont Blanc. Alright, so I assume but I would have done the same thing because I didn't see that.
Yeah, and you would have turned around and you see that there's a puff of smoke, and then Rivet there, kind of like magically stunned. Just not harmed, but they just stand there like...
Assume I still... Because I was still able to cast the See Invisibility. I don't see anybody.
No.
I'm going to run over to Rivet and shake them. Damn it, where'd she go? God damn it. Shake, 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 shake. To all of you watching the stream, just remember, never shake your little person.
Alright, Weedy. Enjoy the lurking. Yeah.
Sorry, hello?
Hello.
Rivet just immediately goes, oh, I...
Else.
Tiff!
Rivet. Crave releases Rivet. She's not invisible. I can tell that much. Must have teleported away. Bro was always good with the teleportation. That is not good.
Well, we know it. No, we don't, do we? We don't know they look like they were wearing a mask.
Okay, you're incapacitated. Therefore, you were, I would say. You were incapacitated. I'm just wondering how that would affect your hearing and stuff while you were doing that. Wait, or does that need the verbal component for this?
I think using an item isn't the same as quite casting the spell.
Okay. But yeah, like Rivet and Kriv, you smell that, like, the smoke has that slight brimstone-y smell to it. But it dissipates within 6 seconds.
False.
Right, so you are left standing there.
I guess we'd better. I don't know what happened and what that all was because I didn't actually see it. I just heard you were kind of cute. Bamf. As I turned around, don't see them even with see invisibility. So it's like, oh, they teleported. I don't know what kind. So I'm. Yeah.
They vanished in a puff of smoke like a goddamn magician.
False.
Mint.
Probably better inform the mayor of this.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Well, they're not necessarily completely gone yet. Do you have other spells prepared, Crave?
I have a many number of spells. I'm not sure which. If you're speaking of the one I used in the Rock's Nest for locating things, I do not.
Hmm.
I keep giving, like, looks to the... Well, what is my camera for the face tracking? And I realize that, oh wait, I'm using my reactive because it's D&D.
How far could someone teleport?
Depends on what they use. If it was a spell, which, well, was Rivet conscious enough to make out what it seemed like they did?
See, that's what I'm trying to figure out, like, what it was incapacitated due to your perception. Okay,
All it says is that you can't take actions or reactions.
Yeah, you might still be able to concentrate on spells. Okay, PHB page 292. If you are incapacitated, you cannot concentrate, which is in the concentration rules rather than the incapacitated rules.
I wasn't. Yeah, but I was concentrating on guidance anyway.
Okay.
Thing is basically saying that because of the fact that you can't concentrate, you're probably not cognizant enough mentally to be able to perceive things.
Yeah, sure. That works.
Hmm.
That's a DM call at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay, wait. Oh no, I have to see to be able to do that. I have to point at them. Never mind. I was gonna try like casting message to make like a sound, and then if they got startled, they would say it, so that would say to something.
Yeah, you got to know
But-
their general direction. It goes
Yeah.
around corners and stuff, but you have to.
Yeah,
Just know
I
what
have to know
direction.
the direction. But that would, if it worked, then that would mean that they're within 120 feet.
Well, above game, that was probably the Cloak of the Mont Blanc, which is Dimension Door, 500 feet teleportation.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, it could be anything. Still,
Yeah,
it could be a cloak that just does Misty Step. We don't know.
that's true. All right, hypnotic pattern. I'm trying to think. Like, if you're in this charmed stupor, what's happening with your eyes and your ears? Like, are you kind of like out of it? Are you tuned out? Like,
I think she was just too out of it to be able to
Yeah.
quite tell what was happening.
Hypnotic pattern
I mean-
specifically, anyways, is
Yeah,
like almost kaleidoscope kind of deal.
yeah, and like you're in a stupor, which to me thinks you're like tuned out completely, right? That's a stupor. Define
yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
A
Okay.
state of near unconsciousness or insensibility. Okay, so yeah, that but yeah.
Mhm.
you wouldn't about
She
to hear
just can't.
her.
She can't tell.
Yeah,
Um,
I just
are
wanted
there
to
any
make
residual
sure,
effects? From,
like,
Oh.
no, after being
You go
shaken
ahead.
awake, then you are out of the spell.
are there any residual effects from whatever method of transportation she used there?
There was the smoke, and then it dispersed. Very much a straight up just freaking smoke.
As a stab in the dark, would Rivet be able to use that to figure out some possibilities for the method she used? That's a
That's
long
a reach.
shot. But
That's the real
it
reach.
is a reach,
because
but
that's
it
not
might be
even
worth
specific
trying.
to the spell. That's specific to the item.
Mhm.
Mhm.
But it is a really long shot. However, I feel like if anybody would be able to make that shot, it would be Rivet.
Yeah, with your high intelligence. But what
High
you
intelligence, D4 and Arcana. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, we could
But
tell
are
her
you a
that
theater
there was a puff
person?
of smoke.
there was a puff of smoke. Yeah,
I mean,
I think if Rivet, I feel like Rivet would have been a tech person, but not like Rivet would not have gone for the stage.
It depending on
Mhm.
how fast the smoke would have dispersed, because Kriv had cast using his action see invisibility, and then his next turn was moving to Rivet and shaking her out of it.
yeah. So she didn't like poof of smoke turn invisible. You know that for sure.
Yeah, well, I'm saying is timing wise, how long the smoke would have stayed around.
So if that happened and then you cast that, so yeah, when the smoke would have been gone by the time that Rivet was shaken awake,
Okay.
because you would have still been affected by the spell until Kriv got to you and then shook you. Yeah, no,
Sorry.
yes, that's a good point, Kriv. Thank you for that.
I'm just trying to be honest.
Yeah. That's why I also double checked the whole thing, but like define a stupor. Like that's why I had to make sure there wasn't anything that Rivet could have gleamed from it.
Doing a real deep dive into hypnotic pattern plus smoke bomb.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so yes, you're left there bewildered, confused, and probably a bit miffed.
Kriv curses.
Elbric's gonna charge down the stairs and out the front doors to see if he sees anyone like running away from the building.
Okay,
Or what-
I'd say you hit the dash and then make a perception check.
Turtle shell. Just like shells up, careens down the stairs like a Koopa shell, and pops back out the other side.
I mean, with your width with that shell, you probably shell up and just hit the rail, just spin, and the spin will give you
Grinds it.
speed, and then just launch you towards the door.
Ah,
But no,
Look.
yeah, you head out. Let me check.
Mario jokes.
Yes. I'm sure every turtle has had to endure them at some point.
Rivet casts Reduce on him to increase his rotational inertia, so he spins faster.
His name is Thawbrick Oopa. He literally
Yeah.
put Koopa in his name.
Yeah,
Of course, to be fair, that was literally because I
Yeah.
made a Hammer Bros joke to him when I saw the character.
yeah. I've seen more, what's his name from Kung Fu Panda jokes about turtles.
Oogway.
Yeah.
So, okay, and I got a really difficult question for myself that I didn't think I need to figure out for the sake of spell effects. But what scale do you think this map is? Because of course the ruler that ain't accurate.
Yeah, no, that's not 30 feet.
Well, looking at the houses,
Like it's
Maybe
like 10-1.
maybe, or maybe like 5-1. No, maybe not 5-1.
Well, I know we jumped over this little bridge. It wasn't, or this little channel over here, which is about half-ish of a square.
Yeah, just about.
Like if we'd gone down the embankment, and jumped.
No snapping.
It's like a quarter or a third of.
Yeah, it looks like it's from the measurement. It looks like it's about 3
D&D.
feet.
Wait, how do you
Math.
do such a precise thing?
If you click on the ruler and do no snapping,
1.5. So if that was a 15-foot gap,
then
Times
that's
10.
about 3-1. No, oh yeah, 10-1. Exactly.
you know what? That's enough math. So yeah, we'll say it's 10-1.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough.
And you are standing out front. You do a perception check, 18. You look around, and yeah, you don't see any sign of them.
Yeah, this is dimension door range right here.
Yeah, they could be in the middle of town. They could be in multiple brushed parts of town.
We lost him.
They could be out here.
Heck.
Be out there,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's funny. Next level, I get my 3rd level spell slots, and I'd have counter spell.
They could be there. I don't know.
Ooh, question. Can you counterspell a magic item?
I think-
I think magic
can-
items
Because it lets
specify.
you cast the spell. Right?
Well, you can. Oh yeah, you cannot counterspell a magic item. Yes, there's something that someone who
Could
talks about
probably
using
counterspell
scrolls.
pattern.
You can't counterspell scrolls, so you can't counterspell magic item casting spells. Because it's not you casting the spell, it's you using the magic item to cast the spell. Since the magic item has like different ways that it casts the spell, it doesn't like involve the same components and like be recognizable.
Okay, but then if I play this counterspell, discarding 1 red land, can I then counterspell your counterspell?
Well, it's
Yeah.
also like, even if we want to get deep into that, like technically someone casting a spell, if they get counterspell, cannot then cast counterspell because it's still their turn, and you can't cast more than 1 leveled spell per turn.
Yeah, so you gotta have someone else
reactions.
counterspell that counterspell.
Reactions are separate.
Well, yeah, but that's usually on a separate turn. You're still on the same turn.
You can, I mean,
I'm not talking round. I'm talking turn specifically. Which
it is the same. You can do it on the same turn because it's reactions. That's separate from action and bonus action.
Yeah, but what I was saying is that you can't use your reaction during your turn, because as much as you can use a reaction when it's not your turn to cast it, you can't do 2 spells on the same turn.
This is of course a DM call thing, but the wording of the 2 spells per turn is just a restriction that you can't use both of an action and a bonus action to cast a leveled spell. There's no thing about using 2 actions or using 2 bonus actions, if you could even get that. There's nothing about reactions in that rule.
Oh, fair enough.
But that is not currently applicable. It was just
Yeah, of course. I mean, you can't even counterspell this thing, and we don't even have counterspell. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right, posture. Need posture check because I'm my back.
Right. Yep.
Well,
Okay, so after doing some deep brain massage of thinkings, I think
We're
we
gonna have-
on that should take our break
Sure.
because my head right now
nuts.
is just so deep down a rabbit hole. I need to kind of pull it out for a sec.
Yeah. Magic. See y'all in 10 minutes.
Because there's spells that like let you specify a trigger. Could you? Hmm. Ah. So many thoughts. Like, the fact that if you put a counterspell on a spell storing ring, then using it means it can't be counted because you're doing it from an item and not casting it. So therefore, that counterspell would be the ultimate counterspell. Ah! Okay, I need to actually use the break time.
If you don't play them for fun, then
Okay. I think I've got to switch to the break screen, but hey, I'm back.
Back, back. The band is back in town.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, waiting on wait, Maxine's typing. Just waiting
I
on
think
the Skylar.
I think Maxine's responding to my counterspell thing.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that it would definitely have to be somebody else.
Because it's like you're in the
Whose
middle of
turn it
casting a
isn't.
spell. Okay, that's not the. They're mentioning the leveled rule thing, but that's not what I referenced in my 3-step.
I mean, this is logic, but these are the rules as written.
Yeah, which I think thematically just doesn't. Like, it's the fact that you would have to stop casting that spell to quickly counter the counter spell so you can continue casting that spell.
This round.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like.
I mean, rules is written, yeah, that's it. You can do that, but then I just want to, like, this is Naruto ninjutsu speed hands. Like,
it's not like two of us are even going to both have counterspell.
Yeah.
I don't think it's even an artificer spell.
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, if the original spell you're casting doesn't have somatic components, which is the only component for counterspell, you could basically just be chanting the spell. Someone goes to counterspell, you just snap your fingers at them. Like, no. Theoretically. But a lot of spells tend to have verbal and somatic components.
yeah. But it's the thing that even if it is just somatic components, it would still kind of break your concentration on the spell you were trying to cast in order to then cast that one.
Yeah, but yeah, that's always just been my logic for it. And I've had pushback on it, and I'm like, well...
Well, to be fair, also, counterspelling a counterspell is kind of just bad manners. Like, that's the ultimate BM.
It's cool, though.
That is the blue magic freaking know you. You're a blue player, aren't you, Maxine?
I mean, I did have some blue cards that I played with.
I would say the only time I think I'd be okay with it, like doing it on your turn while you're currently in the middle of using your action, would be if you had an item that had counterspell in it. Because then you don't have to really cast it.
But it's like I've personally been thinking, like, this is just me thinking, contemplating, like, if you're using a scroll or a magic item to cast a spell, since that item or scroll has its own spell save DC and you're not technically casting the spell yourself, would that count as casting a spell or use an item interaction? In which case, could you then bonus action or subsequently action then cast a leveled spell, thereby ignoring the initial rules because that's technically an item interaction and not casting a spell? But that's...
Yeah.
That's getting into the nitty-gritty of the rules, and it's like, well...
And just my personal thoughts is that you can't use your reaction on your turn. Because you're currently active.
Yeah.
You're not in the stages of only being able to react to stuff.
Well, maybe if... I mean, I think it would depend on if you're making an action while you're reacting. Like, if you triggered an attack of opportunity, I think you would be able to shield.
Yeah. But, like, if you were in the middle of swinging your sword and triggered something... then you'd be kind of too preoccupied with the fact that you're in the middle of an action.
Yeah, it's I'm opening this chest. Oh no, attack! I'm gonna uncanny dodge. But you're currently doing a thing.
Well, I think that's kind of different.
It is. It was a bad example, but my point being.
Yeah, it's definitely like mechanics-wise, looking at it, you can. But in my head, I'm like, I want to see someone doing this. I want someone to animate someone doing this because.
Yeah, it would have to have multiple shots anyway. since you'd have to have someone else counterspelling, and then you counterspell the counterspell.
I mean, if that's Critical Role level, they had that one scene where it's just like everyone was counterspelling everything.
They
Yeah.
had loads of scenes like
I
that.
cast a spell. I counterspell. I counterspell that counterspell. I counterspell
Yes.
the counterspell of the counterspell.
There was the time that Liam went to the bathroom, and they're like, counterspell the counterspell, but then they're like, okay, well, I can counterspell. Okay, the other person counterspells. No, Caleb counterspells the counterspell. Oh, and then he comes back.
I
and
think there was
counterspells.
I think there was like someone drew a comic of that where it was like the one person casting a spell and then Caleb counterspelling and then someone popping out of the bushes to say I counterspell that counterspell, and then Ford popping out from behind a tree going I counterspell your counterspell, and it was just this whole chain of like counterspell, and I'm like anyways, but that's
Okay, my question
rambling.
is, did the person that was initially getting counterspelled cast one of those counterspells?
No, I think it was the spell was.
It happened during the like final.
I think it was during the
episodes.
other team's turn. I think it was a slow spell, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember. It was literally that final fight against the big guy. The
Okay.
No, I remember this was
Was this one of their battle
episode
royales?
6 or something. No, it wasn't the battle royale. This was a big fight after they had gotten really tapped out and they were trying to run away.
Well, there was another one at the end.
Yeah,
Of
there've been loads of times.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
Anyways, do we have
It comes up a lot.
an artificer back?
No, seems not.
She's still deafened.
I guess I should have said 10 minutes, but I didn't. So that's my
I've always
fault.
assumed 10
Miles
minutes.
said 10 minutes.
Yeah, I've always assumed 10 minutes for a break. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Intricacies of magic and being a spellcaster and rules as written versus rules as intended, or even rules as decided by the GM can be three completely different things.
Yeah. But yeah, it's one of those things that, yeah, I'm definitely like, Ring of Spell Storing is an uncounterable counterspell.
Yeah,
As
because
it's
it's
an
like
item.
yeah, because technically counterspell, like it's sort of like subtle casting in a way. Because
Yeah.
you're just sort of like activating an item. You're not even doing material components. You're literally just like, bam, this happens.
Okay. I would definitely, if I had a character that had a Ring of Spell Storing with counterspell in it, they would definitely wear it on their middle finger.
Well, it's interesting because a ring of spell storing is
Flip
like
the bird.
the ring of spells. Yeah, the ring of spell storing is a double looped ring, like the sling ring from Doctor Strange. At least how it's depicted normally.
Oh, yeah?
But, yeah.
I want to see the art.
I think it's in the art of it. If you look up these ring of spell storing in D&D
Oh,
Beyond, it
yeah.
shows it.
Yeah, it is a sling ring.
I saw it myself because the game stuff I worked near was actually selling D&D rings, and the Ring of Spell Storing was one of them.
Nice.
Too bad I was
I've
broke
always-
before I could even buy one.
It looks like a bunch of
I always assumed it looked like a scroll that was sort
yeah,
of like
it looks like a scroll, yeah.
because for me it was like, oh, you're storing spells on this scroll, so the runes that are across it are literally this depict, like if you read them, the spells that are stored on it, which is how I've like, because it even says if you find it, it shows that there are leveled spells on it, and I'm like, oh yeah, by reading the runes on the ring, you can decipher what spells are on there.
Ah. Also,
That's
I just discovered a ring that I didn't know existed because I was like, Ring of Spell Storing, and then there was another suggestion of Spell Turning.
Oh, that is such a freaking spell, a ring, and that is like, my god. I've seen that.
Looking at the artwork, it looks like that might be another double ring, because that ring is curving in too fierce. Be just a single ring, or I'm not seeing the perspective of the arc correctly.
I mean, I've always assumed it was a bit of a mirror.
Yeah, it's a mirror, but I'm looking at the ring behind it. Like, looking at the angle of the mirror, that looks like it's coming out too far to the side to be just a singular finger ring.
Unless the art was meant like, oh, we need to show that it's a ring, but get the full frontal of the mirror. But yeah,
If that's the ring of spells,
I mean,
it
turning. Spelled turning. But again, you can flavor magic items however you want as a DM. Like they're slippers of Spider Climb, but they were boots in Critical Role. Or the headband of blasting or circlet of blasting became gloves of blasting. It's
Yeah.
You can make it a double, you can make it a single, however you want to do it. It's so long as it functions how the item is supposed to, you can make it look like whatever you want.
Oh yeah, I was just looking at the perspective of the ring. I'm like, yeah, that looks like, because like it would still look like a ring if they tucked that in a bit more to make it look like a normal single. Yeah, that looks like it's just got a double finger loop. But the fact that it is just a pretty mirror as well, just like. Given the design, I'd like to think that if you do get the natural 20, like through the grace of divine intervention, you actually like your ring just gets in the way of the spell and it bounces off it. Like that's the nat 20, is that you somehow position the ring perfectly to just bounce it back.
Yeah, that's literally what I've always assumed.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying you can't counterspell. I'm just saying it's that the caster being counterspelled shouldn't be able to. But anyway. Okay, so yes, you go outside, you look around, and you're not seeing any sign of this figure. You're seeing the town as normal. You're seeing. And as all of you are just in a moment of like, well, fuck, kind of, I guess, almost stunned silence. There's suddenly just a loud bang from downstairs, or behind you if you're Thorbrink.
The actual researchers.
What you notice is the person that was asleep with their chair tilted back just fell all the way back.
Knew it.
All right. Let me see. And despite falling over like that, that researcher still appears to be asleep.
Magically put to sleep. Criv will come down the stairs. He'll actually... ow! Buddy. He'll actually check on them to make sure they're just asleep and not, dead.
Yeah, make a medicine check.
Leo, I'm decent enough at these. 17.
17. Yeah, they were just asleep. You don't even need to go like near them to notice their chest rising and falling. It seems, despite the fact that, well, they're a thief, not a murderer. That has become clear. Oh, right. Let me put the music on. This is getting awkward.
After checking and making sure that the person's still alive, Riv will stand up. We should confer with the magistrate. Let them know what happened here.
Agreed.
All right. So yeah, you can head to the back to
Yeah,
the.
we're gonna head back to the magistrate's office.
Yeah.
Because, oh boy, this has just turned into something problematic.
All right. You head on back there. You at a hurried pace. No matter what the tempting calls from the market stalls are, you brush them off for now, given the current dire situation. Well, as far as you know, no one's life's in danger because of this, but still, it's a pressing situation. And you head on in, and Copernicus is just sipping on some tea, and looks at all of you without moving their head. They're just in mid-sip, and the eyes just move to you. You visibly see them kind of like take a breath in through their nose, finish their sip, set it down, and then like turn their head to you. As some of the locals like to say, where's the fire?
The matter we mentioned to you previously in regards to the Farsi
Mm-hmm.
and the potential theft therein, unfortunately, it has come to pass. We encountered the thief.
Oh, you managed to catch them. Oh, good.
No.
Hmm?
They outwitted us, I'm afraid, magistrate, and best we can tell absconded with the crystal used by the Farseer.
Oh dear, they're gonna be very upset about that. As am I, obviously. I suppose I better go tell the magistrate. I forgot. I think I remember giving this guy kind of just a well-spoken voice, kind of like juxtaposed to the magistrate's kind of just overly friendly manner. Right. Do you want to go tell him, or shall I?
I believe, as a first-hand account, it might be better for us to speak to him. Hold on a moment. Sorry about that. Heard the beeping of the door for our fridge, meaning the fridge was open.
Oh. Okay. Okay, well, that's good. I mean, well, no. Not, no. Saves me a journey, I guess I'll say. He's not in. He stepped out to lunch. And, where'd that gone? I'm trying to find the name of... this one. The one that's more of an art housey kind of freedom of expression place, but also does good food.
Yeah, I remember.
Did I name it, or did I just describe it? I can't remember.
No, I think you named it. I don't remember what the name is, though.
Oh, do I have it written down in the tavern chat?
Bunty. Oof. Hey, don't bite me. I'm helping you.
No, that was the lady you spoke to. Greydale's Way is the tavern you were in before. Ah! Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Alright, well... unless someone has it in their note. Yeah, I don't think I named it. Wait, hold on. Ah! God damn it, it's gotta be here somewhere. Location notes, yeah. No, everything else is here. Ah! I must just have not named it, but I thought also.
I thought that was the name, but I didn't note it, so maybe I'm just wrong.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's funny. I just generated a new one just to get name ideas, and it didn't actually give a name for the tavern. What? There's location, description, everything, but doesn't actually. Huh. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Da 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 da. No.
Die. Fucking ants. I hate them. I hate them so much.
I just checked to make sure that my like the name of the deity I remember is correct, and I'm like, it's not here. All right.
And I lost my notes, so
Yeah. Right. Let's see. Okay. Damn it! I'm sorry. I'm really not being a good DM this session. I don't know why my head's been so
Hey,
all over
no,
the place.
no, you're good.
I appreciate that, but there's been a lot of times where I'm just sitting here and you guys are waiting, and that's not being good. I'm making you all wait longer than you should have to. There's a lot of pauses, and yeah.
Good things are worth waiting for.
Aw.
True. You're doing great.
Okay. Trying to remember. Like a court, like in modern literature, is of course, a courtroom, but then it's also just a sport like court. But I could have swore that in its original, anything that was basically an open square in the middle could be considered a court.
oh yeah, you get the courtyard type.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
court.
Yeah. There you go. It wasn't me. I remembered how our language used to be, and it still works good. All right. So he's going to have his lunch and enjoy some music up at the Court of Splendor.
All right.
Oh, that's sorry. I forget that I'm not used to too many people from out of town. That's if you head out and I take a left. It's quicker if you just walk down the side of this building. Don't worry if anyone looks at you funny. Just it's a lot quicker. Or you can just follow the road round. But basically, if you went down this side of the building and literally points to the wall, like, and then head in a straight line, you'd see it. Yellow tiled roof, lots of colorful veils and other pieces of art, sculptures just kind of dotted around to look like they attempt to have it organized in a way without trapping their artistic spirit or whatever.
Understood.
Oh, well. Oh, and, fair warning, it's very expressive and free-spirited place, so...
Tilts head.
Their concept of, decency in terms of how they dress in... I would still call it public. They say it's not because it's within the halls or the court of Splendor and Blessings of Soon and such, but anyway,
Oh boy.
be aware of that.
Let me get my glass. I'm feeling I'm about to be thirsty.
Don't worry too much. Hopefully they'll be focused on lunch.
I see.
Just avoid it in the evenings unless you are promiscuous.
No. Not at all.
Or a purveyor of fine art, but both kind of happen simultaneously up there, so you have to have one with the other.
Kriv does not see the connection, but we'll probably find out soon.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Oh,
boy.
you're welcome.
He turns and heads back out, thinking this guy has lunch at this place with that description.
This guy who seemed to have almost zero discipline, but a lot of respect. Although the food is good there, I'll give it that.
I see. Yes. Thank you. We'll
Yes.
find our way. And Kriv heads out. Oh boy. Let's be off to the Court of Splendor, I suppose. Hopefully not a noble court where you'll have to take lead there, Rivet.
Dear God.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen given the description of the place. So we head off, following the directions to the Court of Splendor.
Okay.
As I said, I've got my cup ready because I feel I'm about to get thirsty.
That's from Assassin's Creed, so I can't use that. But it is the right kind of play. I guess this is good. Sorry, people, for your ears getting blown off just now. I forgot to mute that tab before I clicked on it. Yeah, it's not exactly exact for the time period, but it's not. There's a lot.
Finding good ambience.
And it not be from a game, especially
Yeah,
one
public
like,
domain ambience is hard.
yeah, no, this is too much that. No, not a. Yeah, no, this is not appropriate at all. Oh, okay, that's there. Ah. Okay, But anyway, you head on over there, and yes, the fronts are... the building itself has no door.
No, joy.
There is just a number of colorful veils that cover the entranceway, as it were.
Oh boy. Kriv will step forward, using his arm to sort of brush the veils aside as he ducks in through the doorway to behold the Court of Splendor. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's better. Maybe a bit too heavy on the hookah, but whatever.
Maybe.
Yeah, that incessant... whatever. What? Take a break, dude. Come on. Right. Whatever.
What if they're passing the hookah around?
Puff, puff, pass, as it were.
Yeah, no, that's getting on my nerves. Like, whatever. Let's just... Oh, hey, Index. I'm on for... Yeah, gonna get to that 500 eventually. Thank you so much for the message. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. It's not quite this rowdy, but you get it. People are having fun.
Yeah, I
do.
get you.
That'll do.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Alright. So... Alright then,
you
looking
come on
around.
in. Yeah, you see a number of sculptures. You see like as soon as you come in, you see like kind of completed works of art just kind of dotted about the courtyard. People playing instruments, people dancing, but it seems quite confined to like the middle of the courtyard, as most of the around the outside, even some parts of the inner courtyard itself, have like tables out at the moment. You see
Okay.
people, you see waiting staff like carrying trays, but they're also kind of like kind of bouncy in their motions and kind of enjoying the music as well, yet having complete control. Like they'll bounce, but their tray will kind of like stay in the same place.
Oh Jesus, that's a skill.
Like yeah, like the height of their hops seem to be deliberate, so they don't spill anything as they're moving. They're not like full on dancing, but say more prancing, I guess.
Yeah. Ain't
Or
no
skipping.
skip, but that's a prance.
Yeah.
All right.
You see,
Cool.
yeah, people playing instruments. You see someone, this one guy who's like got this piece of, he's got like a canvas just laid down flat on this table, and he's taking a drink, and then he's just spitting it onto the canvas, and then his brushes just go forward and spread the paint around in very like interpretive motions, as they seem to be just, their eyes aren't like, they are just unrefined, unfiltered, just letting themselves express themselves in this medium. Like
That's a way to do it.
many of the people sitting around, like in various states of eating or lunch or drinking, are very much in part of the revelry. And
Oh, Troubadour would love this place.
there are some cases of people choosing alternative lifestyles that change their definition of appropriate clothing. But it's definitely not, there's like 2 of them at this point. And it's very much just their lifestyle choice, not like they're not trying to be flaunty with it, they just are. They kind of like,
I think I get what you mean.
it's tasteful. It's definitely not a sexual thing. It's just how they live their life. And given the attire he wears and the boisterousness of him and his shiny bald head, it shouldn't be too hard to find him in here.
This is Kriv you're talking about.
Yeah. Who wants to make me a perception check?
Well, Kriv walked in, so I'm gonna do it.
Alrighty.
Watch, you're gonna watch. Yep, as per usual, distracted by things.
I said it would be that hard. But you never succeed at perception.
Nope. Perception and survival. Those 2 skills are just... Despite the fact that my wisdom is higher than my intelligence, I do better on intelligence than I do on wisdom checks. Just watcher gonna watch, yo.
Yeah. Alright, so you start walking, like, between the tables, looking for him. You can't see him at first, but you... That only means that you aren't able to go, like, straight to him. So you have to start wandering around, checking tables, looking for him.
Yep.
And the sights you see, it's like... You know, in, like, when they have those establishing shots of places where they'll just do, like, a slow pan, like, it just show off all the characters in the location to show
Yeah.
how kind of weird this place is, kind of like establishing shots of like the Star Wars cantina, just showing all the odd people here. Like you're basically doing that, but you're the camera. Like you're just walking by.
Yeah. If there's definitely a, as he pans over, like, even though they're not, it's just how they are, there's definitely a bit of a tinge of red to the silver cheeks as Kriv goes, maybe pans a little faster past those individuals. Like, nope, be respectful. As he just looks around. Any of the other party is welcome to help me at any point in time.
Are you all following in, or did some of you just like choose not to go in? What is everybody else doing?
I'm really curious about what this place is, because he's never been into this kind of place before or heard about it.
Sorry, I just gotta stretch and hydrate. Everyone stretch and hydrate.
Yeah, that's Weedy doing the stretching and the hydrating thing. Oh, my back. It's not currently conductive to stretching.
Zero will be sticking near Kriv.
Okay. That tracks. Philbrick is curiously looking around. And being quite a exotic figure, there aren't too many turtles around. You're getting some looks back. One of which appears to be one of those who are a bit more free-spirited, who have their strange slit pupil yellow eyes kind of just look right at you, Felbrecht, just out of like, oh, that's different from the normal. And they're like chatting while dancing, and every so often is just taking like a drink that's handed to them and just throwing it back. But even as they continue to dance, very, well, fluid serpentine motions, it's one of those things they do, almost like the owl thing, or I guess also like the chicken thing, where like their eyes just kind of stay on you and relatively in the same place as they dance, and then not just like direct eye contact, but also just kind of looking at your shell with the runes and all that on it, and your hammer and all that sort of stuff. How's Rivet doing?
Good question. My mic is working now. I've been trying to like say something for a bit, And for some reason, my mic hasn't been working, so I just
Oh.
said, "Fuck it, it's not that important." But now it seems to be working again. Good thing I totally remember what it was I was trying to say. That's a lie.
It's probably something around the fact that you're gonna be keeping your like, oh look, interesting artistic thing. Okay, look at the floor now. Like,
Yep. This floor is certainly made of floor.
Yeah.
It is having a time here.
And yes, as you're walking around, Kriv, suddenly someone sort of steps in front of you, not on purpose, as far as you could tell.
Yeah,
But
they're just moving.
You sort of bump into them, and they turn around and like, so sorry, friend. Accept my apologies. And they offer you this pipe that they were like smoking.
Above game, I want him to try it, but at the same time, no, it's perfectly all right. I wasn't paying attention to where I was walking.
Well, suit yourself. And kind of like doesn't push off of you, but they do that sort of motion where they start moving, but their kind of shoulders lag behind a little bit. So like they kind of like lean back as part of their body moving forward, and then like whip themselves back forward as they sort of catch up to themselves.
Slinky.
Yeah, slinky. But eventually you come to a table where there is a very happy looking dwarf with this big plate of let's say it's more easily shared foods. Like it's definitely like most of the food around here is portioned in a way that'd be easy to like share it with people. I wouldn't say like, yeah, I guess some of it is finger food, but you know, if you got stuff like, you know, a shredded duck, like where you can just kind of help yourself and build stuff, or tapas. Yeah, like tapas and stuff like that. Small dishes of a lot of stuff that's easy to be social with, which seems to be the focus of this place. Like very social dining. It's definitely not like a big plate of stuff that once you get into is definitely going to be just for you, because it's all kind of together. Like
Yeah, definitely platters and that kind of stuff.
yeah.
Just
And they're currently with a friend, from what you can assume. It appears to be a to there. An oddly familiar sight. Now that I think about it.
eh?
I wonder... Oh, I know that you'll definitely remember at least one of them, Kriv.
God darn it.
No. No. No.
Are these the two elven ladies from the freaking oak to acorn? Or acorn to oak? Because if so, I have their pictures.
There we go. As you notice that with them is a more tan-skinned woman with a deep red, almost brown, or maybe just a very reddish brown. It depends on your own perspective. Long-haired woman with distinct tattoos upon her back and a centaur of darker complexion and very deep brown hair. Sitting at the table with him, discussing, sharing food, drinks, just there.
Red-haired woman, distinct tattoos on her back.
Seemingly, definitely, like, talking with,
Now I remember. It's the sorceress. They were the visitors at the Oak to Acorn. They
yes.
Yeah, now I remember. Yes.
Yeah, she's got her, like, one arm around the centaur, or at least around the humanoid torso of the centaur.
Yes, I remember them now. Kriv had spoken to the centaur, and she was like, I'm with someone.
Yeah.
I remember, yes.
And she
The
doesn't look
pretty centaur with gun.
pretty centaur with gun. And she doesn't look as kind of out of place, awkward as she like here than like she did when she was at the Acorn to Oak. But she's still definitely trying to keep concentration on the conversation. But
Of course,
you see
she's not
that,
as awkward. She's with her girlfriend.
yeah. But much like when she was there as well, she still has this kind of like instinct to kind of be like, "What was that?" Like when something moves really quick. And just look at it and then like, oh, damn it. Like, given the fact that, you know, she has such a weapon upon her and needs to keep alert.
Mm-hmm. Dang. Yeah, I remember these pretty ladies.
Alright. I think that pictures should be like right next to each other anyway, since I haven't
They
used
are.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Here, I replied, so you
Oh,
just...
okay, yeah.
I was literally looking at them, so I'm like, yep, there they are.
Well, you know how things are around here. Well, not much has changed, and I'm glad this place hasn't, certainly. Yeah. I mean, if this place had changed, if you had let this place change, I would have burned off what was left of your hair.
I forget what their names are, damn it.
Alright.
Again, I lost like all of my notes, so
Yeah.
that sucks. Anyways, alright.
Oh! Wait. Like, you notice that they're still conversating, but the centaur kind of sees all of you and kind of looks... pulls her hair back so she can see with both eyes a minute, kind of like blinks. Wait. Lets it drop again. This hair is just so thick and heavy that it just goes straight over the eye again. Like,
it is very pretty hair.
Rivet would wave, except she's staring at the floor.
Don't I know all of you?
Yes.
Oh,
Kriv will
some of
approach.
you.
Yes, we had met briefly at another establishment, the Acorn to Oak.
You see her both ears perk up, eyes go a bit wide. She blushes this dark. It's like, oh
Yeah!
yeah.
What a group of people. Hey, we just met at the only times we met were at brothels.
She kind of puts a hand up, kind of rubs just behind her ear, like, oh. How are you?
We are, well, we're doing well, though a bit troubled at the moment for unfortunate reasons.
Oh, well, I guess it's none of my business, but can I help in any way?
We'd been hoping to speak to this gentleman about the matter at hand, as it's probably a bit private.
Oh, oh, nice. Private in a place like this, it's, I wouldn't worry about it, honestly. Did you find something?
Kriv will lean down, like he's looming. This person's sitting down and he's 6'5". He is looming over this man. He's gonna lean down and sort of like as best he can to be heard over the din, but still keep his voice as quiet as possible. The Farseer crystal from the observatorium has been stolen.
Ah. He looks to you, then to the two with him. Well, I suppose that confirms the rumors. What's going on? You whispering over there. You see the woman with the freaking bright gold eyes just kind of like looking at you. She's already like, just the second you've like interrupted, she's had her arms crossed. She's just scary.
She is cross with me, but
Quartz, darling, there. I'm sure it's important, and shh. just kind of like reaches out, kind of like grabs her by the shoulder, and kind of pulls her in, and you see that this woman's like head kind of flop back, looking up at Perennia.
right, Perennia, that was her name.
Just kind of like, and this, we're catching up here. Come on. I know.
My apologies for interrupting.
Oh, it's fine. I'm sure it's important. She kind of like sits up out of the pull into the cuddle, just puts an elbow on the table, rests her cheek on her like on her knuckles and just sort of just straight up, full on, just. Well, as Perennia already said, is it anything we might be able to help with?
Kriv sort of looks over at gentleman, like that's up to him. In Kriv's mind, it's like I don't.
Oh, Morig. Yeah.
Yeah, to Morig, just like.
Well, it'd be a shame if them helping took them away from here so soon after they arrived, but yes, they probably could help.
We had heard rumors of a thief targeting the observatorium here, and swung by during a time where we believed the theft would most likely happen, and indeed encountered said thief, but were unable to prevent the theft from occurring.
Did you try setting her on fire before she fled?
We did not. The issue
See?
arose in that
That's where you went wrong.
we weren't entirely certain that the person we were speaking to was the thief. They were suspicious, but we're not in the habit of just setting people on fire first and asking questions later.
Will admit, I was thinking of punching her.
Kriv looks over at Thobrick.
See? Assertive.
Right. Finding the stolen object on her person, however, apparently there was magic prepared in case she teleported away with the object. And, well, that was that.
Oh, well, I suppose if they teleported, there's really nothing you could have done. I suppose not unless you know how to counter such things, but
I have not yet received insight onto be able to perform such a thing.
well, no, I suppose it. Well, do you have? Alright, fine. You did the best you could. Teleportation magic is difficult to deal with. So, any idea where they could have gone? Maybe a description?
They were... Kriv will use his hand to indicate about how tall they were. This high, or this red sort of outfit without sleeves, a white sort of flowing pants with black boots, long hair, probably about a little longer than your own, or close to it in length, reddish, and they wore a mask with the eyes blackened out, but an open third eye upon the forehead. The thief is, at least according to the rumors, known as Burga, an immortal.
Oh, there's rumors. Well, it looks like they must be true.
I cannot speak to the immortal part, but there definitely was a thief, and they definitely stole from the observatory. The individuals there that actually worked there were all knocked unconscious.
Well, that helps, I suppose. I'm assuming you got all that, dear. Yeah, yeah.
The spell that was used, while I didn't see it cast particularly, left behind a thing of smoke, a cloud.
Oh, like in those shows.
I imagine Criff would have seen a play at some point. Yes, similar to that. Yes.
You mean the ones where the people pretend they have magic powers? Ugh, dreadfully dull. I quite like them. I know, that's why we go. It makes you happy. Ugh.
Oh my god, it was a trapdoor.
Criff looks over. Given the staircase, if there was the trapdoor, not likely, because she'd have had to have installed it previously, been standing on it exactly, and then not hurt herself in the fall below.
No, it's not unlikely that she was able to install it previous. If she could have been easily installed it previously, because she's been. Remember, this is a repeated offense, so she's been there before. She didn't. We didn't. She's disappeared in a puff of smoke. Yes.
Yes.
I
Wait.
didn't detect an.
I'm sorry there, Rivet, but did she say she robbed that place before?
Is that not? Is that? Am I misremembering?
I don't think that happened. I mean, at best, she probably
I might be misremembering.
scouted the location.
I thought it was there was a legend about like a thief who keeps coming there and robbing them of the crystals and has been doing so for a while.
No, there's a rumor, I think, not a legend.
Well,
Yeah, I meant of her.
There was a legend
That's
of the thief,
pedantic.
but I don't think it was specific to that location that she would just show up and.
Yeah, I think she
Hold
stole
on.
the
Oh,
biggest
okay.
heist.
Then
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
misunderstanding this. Okay.
It's she steals these particular items and so has
Yes,
come to
they
this
do
location
just,
next.
yeah, I mean, if they were such a good thief, how would the crystals come back?
By getting another one.
True.
Well, no, that's the great thing, is that you find a buyer, then the adventure party find the buyer, get it back, she runs off with the money, and then just does it again later.
True.
Yeah, I mean that's a good way to earn money if you could get it.
Well, I mean, unless you run out of buyers.
Someone will always be purchasing that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, hey, all your previous buyers got caught. Anyways.
Oh,
But yes.
right. I'm Quartz, by the way.
Criv.
Right, that's that over. Well,
Sorry, the others are kind of shy and not very social.
Yes, that's exactly how I found this one to begin with. He's like, look, it looks like, Yes, you did. Why are you mentioning right now? I don't know. Because it makes you look so cute and awkward. You hear her do the full on, like, the horse huff, you know, the like
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
tail flip and everything, like. I guess we could go looking for. Not right now. Look, I came here to catch up with an old friend and enjoy myself, but we'll keep an eye out, alright?
Understood. Actually,
I'm gonna catch this woman and then I'm gonna actually see who has the longer hair.
yeah, it is actually kind of like similar length and color. Like, I assume that's just because of the pictures you found, but it's like it's like almost I'm comparing pictures, and I'm like, no, I don't think Quartz and this thief are the same person.
If you're sure.
That would be mind hecky as I'll get out. She's even got similar pants.
In one of the outfits, yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm just like, that would be the ultimate, just like, oh, hey, yeah. Nope. I'm not going down this conspiracy. Look, I'm a big conspiracy theorist for D&D stuff. I'm gonna try very hard not to go down this rabbit hole.
Okay.
Just teleports into this place, walks down, like pulls off the mask, and then walks downstairs to be like catching up with an old friend. Perfect alibi.
Well, well, I suppose there's nothing we can do about it right now. Especially if, well, who? So they can't look at the sky for a bit. Get it back, obviously. We need it back, but I'm sure they got plenty of other things to research in the meantime. You did your best, don't feel so bad.
Just wish I could have done more.
Nah, don't we all? But times like this is where we learn and we grow. You let it get you down, you just... Well... You can't grow when you're face down on the floor.
It is true.
Is it? I was just making up. Alright, yep. Have some of the food. Come on, sit down. Take a bit of time off. You look... Well, not all of you look panicked, but...
Crib will look over at like Rivet and Sierra, imagining they're not having the best time in this place.
Sierra's fine.
Rivet has made eye contact with nobody so far.
Oh, the shy introvert is fine, not hiding behind Crib right now.
Well, that's exactly why she's in her safe space.
Of course. In the safe space, also known as Crib's personal space.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you can tell her to move.
Oh, he is fine. We thank you for the offer, but I think we have a couple more things we have to take care of.
Well, if you...
Looks over.
You're sure?
Yes, thank you. Looks over at the two women. It was a interesting and pleasantry to make your acquaintance again.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, like he said, like, don't feel too bad. We all you can't win at everything, so don't worry about it. It's funny. This is probably the first time you saw Perennia kind of look at Quartz with any kind of like sternness. Is the moment they looked like they were about to probably swear. It's like ears went back, like angry back, just very briefly.
Yeah.
And don't worry, if we find them, then well, they oh, shouldn't be able to outrun me. Plus, anyway, regardless, I've never seen anyone outrun this before. And kind of just casually points to the gun on her back. Oh well, strange device.
The metal stick on her back. That looks kind of like a crossbow, but not quite. I see. Not familiar with that particular type of weapon. But we appreciate that you are keeping an eye out. We, of course, will do the same. As well. We've been bested, and I am not particularly fond of that.
Yeah, you and me both, pal. But hey, that thing's fun he's got there. It uses fire to throw bits of metal at things, and I'm all for that. And she just kind of lights up her hands for a minute, like...
I see. Well, thank you again for the help and the offer of food.
Could you see, like, this is... Could you not go doing that while we're having lunch? She kind of, again, looks up to the point that she can see Perennia, and then just kind of... Her hands are, like, out and, like, palms up with the fire, and she kind of just, like, flips them inwards, and just, like, it goes out, and they're like... She's like, Only because you asked so nicely. I don't mean to be threatening. Just kind of like her magic.
Perfectly fine.
Well, if you're not staying for something to eat, then, enjoy the festivities, and I'll be sure to be back in my office before you have anything else to report, I would think.
Thank you. Well, we should be going. And Kriv will turn and...
It was nice seeing you again.
And you as well. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
begins to make their way outside to help relieve the tension for his two friends.
Quartz doesn't say goodbye. She just kind of like what in a kind of like lazed about, relaxed, having a good time position. Just lifts one hand and just kind of flips it one way or the other, half-assedly.
Yeah.
Like,
Yup.
yep,
The badass.
yeah. Like you were here and now you're going. That's it. You know.
Yup.
And then you head back out. So,
Yep.
What is the plan next?
Well, since we don't really have a clue of where to go looking for a burger, now that we've got money, do we want to go shopping again? I'm kidding, Anu. I'm kidding.
I mean, yeah, like you've been to shops and now you have money. I think I have. Yeah, I got all the stuff here.
I know I was interested in that Electrum shield, which could potentially be awesome. If Rivet can identify it and tell us what it does before we buy it.
And if Ogret wants to go get those 4 mithril javelins,
Yeah, that's fair enough. Where that's... I saved the page of the trading place. Right, anyway, that's back up. Okay, so... Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum, that. Alright, so yes. The Mithril Javelins. Javelins? There it is. Okay. Now, I believe... it was... How many javelins?
there were 4, and I believe he said it was 100 gold pieces for all 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you end up heading back there. Being hung. And skipping over the whole exchange, like, to keep the shopping kind of short.
Yeah.
Because there's probably quite a bit of it people want to do and learn what items do. You end up with, these, mithril javelins, which have, basically, won't break unless there is something that is actively trying to destroy them and has enough strength or spell or something to do so. Their shine, being made of metal, will make them easier to spot, therefore they are easier to retrieve after a battle. And wait, hold on, I remember what I said for them. Yeah, and the range for them is instead of 3120, it's 4160. Because of the material they're made from. So I don't know if you want to manually edit or customize just some normal javelins.
Yeah, I'll just manually customize some normal javelins.
So they're harder to lose, harder to damage, have a longer range, and are kind of awesome.
All right.
And it's one of those beautifully, like, useless item effects that throwing it without the grip makes them lighter than you're used to a javelin being, which therefore you'd be, like, disadvantaged with the throw. But, you know, you'd be able to throw them further. So not only could it go wildly wrong because it's got disadvantage, but it also could go stupidly far.
Rather than having disadvantage because you're trying to throw it extra long distance, you have disadvantage because you're trying to throw it wrong.
Yeah, basically you would have disadvantage even within the first range increment. But I will say that it can be thrown even further if you literally halve its weight. Like, but it's just not got that good grip. Anyway, that's that. That's the Mythal Javelins. Some other people wanted to investigate some other magic items.
Yes, an Electrum shield, if I recall correctly, was what I was looking at.
Yes, and the price list and everything that was here.
The idea would hopefully that we can identify it before purchase so that I'm not spending money and being like, oh, never mind, I don't want this once we figure out what it does.
Alright, so. Could have swore I screenshot the items in that store, but you know which ones you wanted, and you probably have the price written down, I would hope.
Yeah, it was the Electrum. Well, because the only one that I think I have the money for was the Electrum shield, which was like 1,160. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm double checking for this. God damn. I swear I saved it. No, I didn't accidentally save it into Crash's folder. No. No. Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay. Never mind. It's gone, but that's fine. I can always just check the VOD.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, it was expensive. I think the only thing they knew about it is that it was basically going to be a +1 shield. They just don't know what the rest of it does. So you head to the trade station, like the trade depot.
Yes.
You investigate the shield. However, to identify it, Remember, there are guards posted either side of the displays, like at the corners of the building, and they're on the wall, like near the guards. So, did you have a plan for how to try and identify it without being noticed?
We can't just ask.
Oh, yeah, you can try, see what they say.
Hello, we've returned.
Oh, so you have.
I'm interested in that electrum shield you have there. Perhaps you could tell me a bit more about what it does, or barring that, would it be agreeable to allow my friend here to use some identification magic to determine its abilities?
Now, you see, everything we know about it is on that bit of paper there, and, if we were to go ahead and identify it, then that would be a breach of trust as per the laws of trade. But I would tell you that it would only make the value go up, as we would ask you to share that information that you learn. Well, it may go down if it's just a fancy design, but...
Other trucker. I mean, I understand this, but of course, I understand. After all, you must you run a business and must be properly compensated for the products that you provide. We would not think of withholding information about your own wares from you.
Well, I'd like to think not. You seem like a nice bunch.
So are we agreeable in this?
He kind of, like, brings his hands up, like, both of them over his mouth, like, brief look of concern as he kind of, like, looks around and looks at you. Alright, you seem like a nice lad. And leans in. I'm gonna tell you this. If that thing does anything but just make a slightly stronger shield, then that price is gonna have to go up. What I'm saying is, you may have to buy it, find out what it does, and then if you don't want it, you'll probably better get your money back and maybe a bit more. As of course, if we had to buy it back from you, we'd have to evaluate it knowing what you then learn.
See, that's very smart. That is definitely
Very business smart, but it seems a little.
That is very much a little more underhanded than.
Yeah, it's a little
Crib.
lawful neutral.
Yeah.
But anyway, he goes back to like full speaking volume. Are you having it or not?
Give me a moment. Above game, like, he's right, and I'm like, everything he said right there is right, but that is very much. I want to do that. Like that makes so much sense. The issue is Kriv. I mean, theoretically speaking, the shield he already has is a +1 shield because of the infusion. I don't think adding an infusion on top of a +1 shield is even possible.
No, you can't do that.
Theoretically, though, he doesn't use the repulsion ability too much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would like
think-
to have an infusion slot.
yeah, and normally speaking, you don't have to attune to a +1 shield, so it would free up one of my attunement slots as well.
You could offer Rivet's services as a person who can identify the shield for certain in exchange for a discount. And then that's kind of fair game.
I think I'm just gonna buy it. Yeah, if it's just a +1 shield, it's just a +1 shield. I think he'll use it without identifying it because in his mind that makes it fair. It's like, yes, I will buy the shield. It's probably a +1 shield. I won't find out if it does anything because then I won't feel bad about buying it at this lower price because I don't know what it is. That is the compromise I have come to in my own brain.
All right. Well then, it will be a pleasure doing business with you. Once, of course, the coin crosses the counter to my side, that item is yours.
Kriv pulls out the 1,160 gold and ching, sets it on the counter and slides it over.
Okay. He takes it. He puts a weight on the scale, quickly just bump. Yep, bump, bump, bump. Okay. Puts it all away. Alright, and he gets that. He gets out a little bit of paper. He writes it out. He hits it with a stamp. Hands it over. Alright. So that now declares ownership of that shield to you.
Wow, fancy.
And let me just get up here. And no, he looks at the guard, just nods to them, and the guard kind of nods back and looks to you. Something off the wall, sir?
Yes, that piece. He points at the electric shield that he had just purchased, presenting the receipt paper stamped.
All right. And he puts his, like, he doesn't have his, like, weapon out, obviously. He just got his shield at his side. And he reaches back for this long, almost like a pike polearm looking thing, but then when you get a better look at it, it's just actually a hook on a stick, and he kind of, like, goes up under the shield, hooks it to get it off the wall, and lowers it down, and then
Nice.
hands it to you.
Nice. Kriv takes it. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your business. And he goes back to his post.
Kriv takes the shield. He'll put the repulsion shield away and slide this one on. So I guess I unattune to the repulsion shield.
Yeah.
And Just +1 shield. I'm assuming that at least that's what I'm adding to my inventory.
At the moment.
Exactly, because I'm not identifying.
Yes.
See here.
I see your purchase. So, do you want me to identify it, or?
I think not at this point in time. It feels a bit underhanded to do such a thing. Thank you, though. Above game, I just imagine Rivet sneaking in and identifying it while Cribs is asleep.
Rivet is like mere moments, legitimately mere moments away from asking you if it's okay if she does it to sate her own if she does it for herself to sate her own curiosity and then just doesn't tell you.
Yeah.
All
right.
She is.
Right. Infusion shield is gone because that has been returned. Well, it's technically still the shield originally I had, so
It's still you still have a shield. The infusion will be gone by the end of the night.
Yeah. You get your infusion slot back.
Yes, she does. Which I don't actually know what I'm going to do with it quite yet, but
Yep. It's there for your perusing. Right. Just wears this shield and they leave. Unless we want to check out it's probably getting later in the day.
It is, and it's also getting to later in the session. We're going to be rounding up now. Anybody else want to do any shopping or anything before we close off?
I mean, above game, I'm interested in the iron stones. The thing is, I'm not sure if Delrek would know what they do, so beyond that.
Rivet is interested in looking for another magic shop just to see if there's anywhere else that also sells magical items, but also that can wait because it's gonna take a bit. It could also happen just on a different day.
Yeah.
Because this is the sort of like the general market where a lot of variety stuff comes here, so more specialized stuff might be in a separate place. But we could also see about going back to that blacksmith that Thawbrick bought stuff from and seeing if they'll let you make use of their forge for messing with that chitin.
She's still also Rivet is also still really on the lookout for an all-purpose tool. So, who?
You've got something similar, but not instant speed.
Yeah, and also all-purpose tool crucially gives you a cantrip, and I have more cantrips than most artificers. I still would like
more.
Another one.
I mean, hey, that's usually how it works. Always want more.
It also adds to my. It's also like Blossom, but it adds to my attack rolls, saving throws, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Not attack rolls and saving throws. My attack rolls and spell save DC.
Yeah, no, I knew what you meant. It's sort of like a moon sickle for a druid or a blood vial, a blood well vial for a sorcerer, that kind of thing. I know exactly what you're talking about. All right. They are. I don't know what this shield does. Maybe the party will find out, but Kriv is perfectly content with it being a +1 shield. Because that's what he paid for.
Yeah, no, if you have to attune to it, you'll never find out.
Well, I'm sure Rivet will frickin' figure it out at some point. And maybe
Rivet is definitely going to try to find out. He's too curious for that.
Yeah. But for now, this was fun. Yay.
I'm glad. Sorry I was so fuck. So I had planned. And then I was like, wait, they make a good point. That would be so stupid for her to do. Better find something else.
It's alright.
Yeah, we threw you off there, sorry.
No, I just I couldn't I couldn't recover after that. My head was still just everywhere with all this
It's alright. It's alright.
order of resolution thoughts, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Magic, it's always
Yeah.
kooky.
Considering I considered ripping the mask off and just punching it, I'd say I would have been more problems than that.
Yeah, see, Cribs' dilemma was he was, again, very suspicious of this person, very much suspicious, not just because of the mask, but like he was prepared to be like suspicious of anyone who was just by themselves there. The mask definitely didn't help her case, but it definitely went.
Rivet has learned a couple very important lessons. If somebody claims to not have something on them, and then you find it, be wary. And
Technically,
also,
the
you can
finding
stick a
of it-
glyph of warding into a bag of holding and then pull it out to have it trigger.
Yeah. I mean, we have a haversack, which is close enough, or the rat plane thing if it's on a rat.
And
Yeah.
also, Rivet can just make a bag of holding. So,
Yeah.
It's one of those things that, like, because in a bag of holding, so long as you're holding onto the item or thinking of it, it's there. So you can put your hands inside the bag of holding with the item, cast the spell on it, and then let go. And it doesn't go anywhere, technically. It just sits there in a pocket dimension.
Yep.
yeah, Rivet will be able to cast. I think on next level up, we'll be able to cast Glyph of Warding. So,
Yeah, I think you gain spell slots at the same level as me, or spell
Yeah.
levels. So third level is when Glyph of Warding comes into play, and that is next level for us.
and
That's
she
what
is
I'll
an
get.
artificer, which means she will use it for whatever for some fun fuckery.
Yeah. I
Alright.
mean, for me, my fun fuckery with my next level is I have counterspell. Thanks for the game. I'm gonna brush my teeth and go to sleep.
Woo.
And
Alrighty. No, I'll just write it down, and then when you identify it, I'll tell you. Like, I'm gonna make you wait. Because otherwise we'll be here
perfectly.
for another, like, 20 minutes being like, oh my god. Like,
Yeah, I'm good. Totally fine not knowing what that is until it is identified in game.
Ooh, it'll be a private message to Rivet.
Perfectly
Good.
fine with
We'll
that.
see then if Rivet has the emotional capacity to keep it from you. It depends entirely on how cool it is and how much excited she is about it.
Yeah.
alright.
And maybe, depending on how cool it is, maybe it's like you want this awesome Stormbreak? It pairs well with your Spellcarver.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're
would
lawful
make-
good. Rivet is as of recently lawful neutral good. So
yeah. I mean, given its cost, it's not going to be Stormbreaker good, but hey.
No, definitely not. But I'm just saying.
Like,
That was more of a.
I think if you valued suffering in gold cost, you paid more for Stormbreaker. Anyway, thank you everyone who came to watch, and we'll see you all next week, and I'll see you all before then for various other things other than Dungeons and Dragons, but for now, please, everyone, let's find someone to raid.
The raid train begins.
Raid Twain. I mean, Baffy the Saffy, we always love our Baffy the Saffy. Play Cult of the Lamb. So, everyone wants to go join a cute cult? Or a cute Baffy? Then go right ahead. But yes, be good to yourself, excellent to each other, and put a glyph of warding on your enemy's pants while they're on the toilet, so they can't move.
No, you put it on the toilet, so it's like if you get up, you're gonna trigger it.
Oh my god, it'd be lethal weapon. Alright, take care everyone. Till next time. Mwah.